Hello, everyone. Sorry, I have to fix it after I go live. One of these days, maybe it will work out the right way the first time. So, let me see. Let me adjust things a little bit so we can get comfy. Let's see. It's kind of a little bit of an issue because I have to do this every time and zoom in. Okay, and fix my light so it's not in the way. And hopefully that looks okay. Looks a little stretched out. That's kind of weird. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Clara. Hi, Busy Mom. That looked a little off. I'm okay. I'm just setting this up, and I just finished filming my floss tube, which is a lot harder than it seems. But I got it. I got through it, and it's all looking. It's pretty okay. I have to edit and add stuff in, but I'll get that later. How does it sound and how does it look? It looks a little off to me, but it might just be how I'm looking at the screen. Let me okay. This is shining a lot. I thought I'd use this one, but it's really shiny. I think I'll switch that one, which is no problem because I have plenty. Oh, it feels kind of wrong to use that one for this. My little obscene one, which is so fun, but we'll switch to. I wanted something that would hold my threads down that are over here because I have very little margins on this project. So I need to probably sew some fabric to work up here. But yeah. So as you can see, this is, well, you didn't actually probably see, but this is a mini Valentine Nook. Yeah, I got that from Dream Stitch. I love this one. The only issue I have with them is that the magnets, so if I put that in the middle, the magnet's strong enough it'll pull it over. So that's lucky. But you know, like I also have missed and it's fallen off. So I have to be a little bit careful. Hopefully it's not too shiny. If it is, let me know and I will switch it out to something else. I have plenty. I'm trying to be a little bit more, not use the same ones over and over again. But anyway, so I did a wheel spin, and oh, I can show you what this looks like if you haven't seen it before. Oh, my nose itches. Hold on a second. Where is it? Ay, ay, ay. It's like, seriously. Let's see if my stuff is, oh, okay, it did. It updated. I was having trouble updating between phones. Okay, so this is the mini Valentine Nook by Kim Jacobs. That looks pretty good on there. Okay, yeah, good. So, and I'm working over here in this top bit. The little red part of the banner was like super confetti, but this is pretty decently easy to stitch. Otherwise, it is on a 14 count Aida. I started it after I saw Yogi's 14 count version. She's restarted it, but I kind of think that she should have kept up with the one she was working on. It was lovely. And she had been doing it like in checkerboard blocks, which was really interesting. So, everyone say hello. And Clara says, I knew that's the pattern you were stitching. Gosh, so many I need and want to start. And Ava says it's fine. Okay, so and hello, Ava. Also, I meant to say hello. Oh boy. As usual, I am super prepared, as you can tell. Anyway, I didn't make myself coffee. I didn't feel like it for some reason. Weird, but yeah. But I got myself some snacks because I felt more snacky than coffee. So, so anyway, my wheel spun this. So I've started a new rotation idea, and I put everything I have on one wheel. And I could show you that too, because I took a screenshot of it. And it's a bit crazy. There are like 28. I have 28 projects. So that's a little bit crazy. But let's see if you can see. I've picked a real fun color. So that's all my projects. Sakura is almost done, so that will come off. And there are 2 projects on there that are not started yet. So I'm trying to let the wheel decide. And the wheel decided today, Valentine Nook. So let me see if I can put this up there without shining. So I usually do a 500 stitch rotation. And I'm at 6.69% on this. And I've done, I'm just plugging in my tablet because of course it wants to die. I'm at, okay, so there's 56,250 stitches total. I have stitched 3,766 and there's 52,484 stitches left. So I am going to start a goal of 500. Wait, I better double check because I want it to be, oh no, I only need 484. So 484 stitches to the next. Sometimes I go over a little bit and I just pick it up the next time. So 484, and that started. So it looks like the last time I was working right over here. But I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to work up here a little bit and then work down. It's in a better place for the camera, I think. We'll see. It's a lot of block stitching, but it'll get us going, and I can chat while we go on this. And this one's one of those that's got a huge border, which I would think, I'm trying to get that back there. I wanted it to be out of the way. You would think it would be like, no big deal. But it's going like in a line. So then I don't know, I love block stitching, but this was not super fun. So I think what I need to do is turn it and then work down. I think it'll be easier that way. So, let's see what I have here. That can't be right. I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of stitches in here. Oh man, really? I'm like thinking that this wouldn't be too bad. Oh dear. There's like little bits of oh, there's like 31 stitches in one color. Okay, so it's fine. Let's start. And I'm doing it by number again. And I will sort of typewriter work as much as I can. So this one will go down and over. So that's good. But you know, I was going to say I'll stitch this one in, but I'm not going to stitch that one in yet. There's a lot of threads on that one. So, okay, so I'm going to check what you guys are chatting about. Are you allowing the wheel to repeat? No, I'm going to hide the wedge every time it comes up. So this one won't come up for another 2 weeks if everything works out right. And Eva says, I have 25 on my wheel so far. I have several that I want to start, only so many hours in the day. Exactly. So we'll see, we'll see how it goes. So anyway, so the first color is on the other side of my cart. Of course, I put the cart on the wrong side. I was, yeah. Okay, so let me, the light is shining on my tablet, blinding me. So 160. And this is, I'm doing this 2 over 1. So I get to take a big old long bit of floss. Hopefully I don't split it, which is nice. And I don't have a needle board for two strands, so I will, if I do cut off, I will put them back on my floss drops, I guess. We'll see. Let's see. And Clara asks, and then you stitch on the pattern the wheel picks all day. I stitch on it until I do my goal. For traditional full coverage will be 500. I'm thinking, this is the thoughts process that's going on, the ones that are non-full coverage, or maybe like my Studio Ghibli that are that are full coverage, but they're simpler. I'm thinking either 100 stitches or 250. So I'm going to see how I feel about it when the time comes. Because some of these projects, I don't really want to do 500 on. But I do want to get some work done on them. That's the thought process here. And this one I'm going to clip off. I found my little snips. Ooh. Almost cut that off. I dropped them yesterday. I thought I broke the tip off, but I didn't. Okay, so, and then see how badly I counted last time. This is really far. Oh well, we'll go with it. And yes, I did count badly. I don't know. I marked a stitch that's not actually there, stitched. I sometimes, when we're watching Yogi and it's so late at night, a lot of times I doze off. Like last night, I dozed off. So about 11:30, and I was like, I'm done. But sometimes I will make mistakes. And I know that it's too late. Like last night, I was really struggling to see my fabric. And so I actually did stop before I made mistakes because I just couldn't see properly. So, yeah. Yeah. And sometimes I get like fatigued and it's like, okay, I'm done now. And I might just be listening But you know, it's like 12 o'clock and I'm, you know, it's time for bed. And now next week, Alex will be home Monday and Tuesday, and I really have to make myself go to sleep or I will be a hot mess trying to get up in the morning. Okay, so I need to make some lines. I just realized I hadn't done these. I put my orange pen away, so I'm using the purple one. That doesn't matter. So on this is pre-gridded fabric. I think this one's 𝐌𝐤𝐽. Yeah, I think it's 𝐌𝐤𝐽. I was trying to think. So, and I don't mind the 14 count pre-gridded is quite nice. It's very easy to see the lines between. But I really do like this 5x5 crosshair. I started doing it. This was something that I wanted in Pattern Keeper, actually. I also wanted to be able to only work on a square at a time. So 𝐒𝐈𝐷𝐵 is just awesome. Oh, and Clara, I was messing with those patterns today and just no luck. I don't know. I don't know what was going on. It must be something how it's the font that didn't work or something. But I have had problems with 𝐒𝐈𝐷𝐵 or Paradise not converting charts from heaven and earth even, especially the ones that are max color. I think that the program thinks, well, that those symbols, there's too many. So sometimes and sometimes it'll just do a blank stitch, which is even worse. I know the candy shop did that, and it was just a whole color completely blank. So yeah, it was kind of, I did try though. Okay, so now I can move on here. And this, I started this out with Royal Rose and found that I didn't like Royal Rose with full cross. And then, that's not it. And then I was trying Gemma's method, but I've gotten to the point where I don't mind park threads, but I feel like sometimes I don't need them. This one I will probably park because it's going to go over farther. I'm just making sure I'm in the right spot. Oh, it's such a different feel working on 14 count. Okay, let me mark these. So what is everyone else working on today? Anything fun? So I will do 1, 2, 3. Hey, Christina. How's it going? What are you working on? Are you working on Cartoon Village still? And welcome in. This one really does need a bigger hoop, but I think that video's better on the smaller hoop. Okay, so, and here, this one's gonna go a little farther, so I'm just gonna park it. I'm gonna park it over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll just park that there. Which is good. Let's see. Oh, everything's like in the way. Yeah, see, I'm really in the wrong position here, I think. Okay, so I'm reconsidering my big old, I'm gonna have to use a smaller needle minder. This is what I get for being all fancy. Take that off there. I don't have a huge amount of margins on this, so I need to find a place to put this one. Okay. It's supposed to be on the other side of the cart, but I feel like it. So now, there we go. So I'm going to stop my stitches here, park otherwise. Yeah, okay. And let's see. Christina's working on Words to Live By, Sal by Tanya Marist. Probably go over to Cartoon Town tonight. Not working on anything. Had elbow surgery. Oh, I hope that worked out for you. Yeah, I bet that's really, really frustrating. Yeah, I completely understand. And Biz Mom is working on Doodletown Haunted House, charted by Stitches So Beautiful. I don't recognize the name of that one. I've probably seen it. And Clara says, I've been stitching on my Hate Style daily. And then since I switched to my DMC floss on the writer's desk, I'm happily stitching on that one. I stopped using cheap CXC one label on that. Definitely. There's I believe that the one label CXC is the stuff, like the stuff I got on Amazon, and it's okay. It's just not, it's not like Arrow. It's definitely not DMC, and it's definitely, yeah. So this one is 161. I probably will regret that I didn't put this in a bigger hoop, but that's okay. I don't really want to go very far anyway. Maybe. Not extreme cross country like Christina. I'm glad you could make it. So, as I said, I was doing my floss tube video earlier, and I swear, I sometimes feel like such a doofus. It's just so bad. I am going to start down here. 3. I didn't make coffee. I felt like, I don't know, I didn't feel like coffee today. I know. That's just crazy. But I grabbed some Wasa cracker cookies. They're like dark chocolate with chocolate chips, and they're so good, but they're like whole wheat or whole grain. So they're healthy. And Chelsea Summers says, hi, everyone. And Clara says, I noticed the colors on a lot of them were way off. 3799 is much more of a bluish gray than a very dark gray. Yeah. I found that too with the stuff that I bought from Amazon. I've not had any problems with Arrow. I love it. Let's see here. Oh, you know, this is the pennants. I guess that's what you call them, right? The little hanging parts. I love how I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, but my watch still like disturbs me. I'm sitting there going, what the heck? It's kind of satisfying, these big old stitches. I need to organize go through my floss. I use Notions to track everything, and I was messing around with the settings and I messed up my database somehow. So I have to go through, and so it's not connecting between my patterns and my floss database for some reason. I don't know. But then I got the updated version, so I'm slowly converting it to the updated version. The lighting seems a little off. Hopefully it's okay. It's hard to tell because I'm looking at the crappy laptop screen that's not very clear. There's a lot of stitches on this. This is nice. This is such a pretty blue. Let me mark these off so I don't forget. One, two. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it came back up. Sometimes when you go back up through the hole, sometimes it doesn't, it just catches and you have to pull it out anyway. Okay. And I love the sound of the needle and floss going through the 14 count. It's just such a loud sound. It's loud, but it's like whoosh, whoosh. Nice. So I tried to finish my project last night, but I was struggling to actually see my fabric, so I gave up. Let me mark these ones off as well. Oh, there's one down there. That's okay. Starting to like that stitch looked a bit wonky, so I'm more careful with how it looks. When I learned to cross stitch, I didn't know about railroading and making sure that all the threads looked flat. And then when I learned about that, then I felt like all of my stuff looked like trash. It didn't. It was just me thinking I, was doing badly. So I am going to finish, maybe it's a little far up there. You guys can see that, right? Okay, yeah. Making sure. Yes, they do have arrow at Dream Stitch. You knew that. I bought that from them. Don't you remember? Christina? Let's see. Didn't mark this block. Let me double check. I wasn't going to go this far up, but oh man. Okay, no, it's fine. It's like, so there's not very many stitches left, but too many for this piece of floss. That's where I get all of my arrow floss. Well, the first pack I bought from Temu. So I am going to, let's see if I can, there's a little bit left. Let's see, can I get 5 stitches? That's asking for trouble, I think. But there's more over there, so I'll end up starting a new piece anyway. So I will end it right here. And my new special ending. It's over a little too far for me to see through the magnifier, so I had to move over a little bit. Oh, that turned out nice. It's a little loose. Oh, it's fine. I like my fabric. It's super tight. Let me see if I can... there's not a lot of top margins. So to get it in the hoop, it's very close to the top. Let's see. Okay, let me mark those. We can put that up there, maybe. Nope. Just moving some stuff out of the way, maybe. Let's move that. All right. I swear. Okay, so I did those stitches. Okay. The box. Ooh. Oh, this one's good. 169. Okay, so let me see what you guys said. Let's see. I'm not as extreme as others, but I don't have the brain to tackle rows or boxes. Cross country just works better for me and works. Yeah, I know. I feel like my counting is very sus, and I don't really want to make counting errors, so I try not to go too far. And Clara said, I have some arrow, and yesterday I ordered a full set of arrow from Dream Stitch. Awesome. And Christina said, ooh, they have arrow at Dream Stitch. And Clara says, I wonder why they don't sell CXC with 2 labels. They do sell the 1 label CXC. No, they do have the 2 label as well. I just saw that the other day. Anyway, and Christina said Lord Libden had a whole article about CXC and so-called CXC. Yes, and you know what? That didn't work for arrow floss, which was interesting. But I don't know. I haven't tried CXC, proper CXC. I'm quite happy with arrow. So, you know, if it's not, you know, it's not a problem. The colors are great. They look the same as DMC when I've held them up. The same with Fairy Floss. They look the same. I feel really lispy today. Sorry. Hopefully I'm not making spitty sounds. I'm going to take a drink of water, though, because I do feel that. This feels at a weird angle. What do you all think? It's like stretched out funny on the on the screen. I guess we'll live with it. And Clara says, oh, I need to go read the Lord Libidin article on CXC. Yeah, he had, it talked about all of that Chinese equivalent flosses. Oh, see, now I moved it over a little too far, I think. I took my stand to bed this morning that I used to film because I was messing with those patterns this morning at 5:30 in the morning. I was awake, so I was working on them, but I was too asleep to actually get out of bed. So I brought my the stand in and put my tablet on it. And so now everything is kind of like not exactly where it was earlier. So oh, that doesn't. Yeah, I was excited though. I was excited that you were going to work on those projects. But then I was also really disappointed that they didn't convert very well. I hope you have Pattern Keeper because they did work in Pattern Keeper, or I just only tried one of them. And I know that, you know, if it didn't work in Pattern Keeper, you could say, well, you know, you could contact Stitches So Beautiful and say, well, it doesn't work. And I doubt that she would actually do something for it not working for Saga. So I don't really know if that's something that you would consider messaging her about. But it was quite a big thing. And I honestly think that it has something to do with the fonts that she uses. So what it did was it was showing 3 or 4 of the colors as one color, and so there, if it was just missing one color, you could get around it. But the colors were all like combined. There were multiple colors combined, and that's just, there's nothing, you know, it's just not going to work in that, unfortunately. So, but you know, even like the Scarlet Quince didn't work in Pattern Keeper at all. It did convert in Paradise, but it didn't like a lot of the fonts either. So there was a lot of editing that needed to be done. But once the editing was done, oh, I know also then, so it was fine. I edited it and fine. But then when I went to put it in Saga, it didn't like some of those fonts. So then there were a bunch of A's, just the symbol A. So yeah, I have to mess around with, but it does work. You know, it's just a matter of fixing the symbols. And I think it had to do with the code that was used or this type of symbol. So I just have to play around. I mean, you know, I love Saga, so the little bit of editing and making it work, as long as the pattern works, is great. I don't mind. So, but if I was only using Pattern Keeper, I would just be unhappy with having it not work in Pattern Keeper at all. That would really bother me. I mean, at least we got the backup of Pattern Keeper. You know, it's still a workable situation. And I don't know about markup because I don't have it. I don't care. I didn't care for I didn't care for paying for markup over and over again. So and you know, the trial was like a week, and by the time I figured out what I was doing, I hadn't actually figured it out even. So yeah, but that, you know, that's just me. Pattern Keeper worked well enough. I used it for a really long time, well, until last year, and then I started using Saga, and I just Saga had everything that I wanted Pattern Keeper to have, and I like it. So I converted. I still have one pattern that I am doing, I have to use Pattern Keeper for, and then eventually I'm going to start a Medusa doll maker that needs to be in Pattern Keeper. So this, I'm just double checking I'm not making a mistake. It's just like going all over the place. It's just so much more hardy working on 14 count. You know, you don't have to worry about pulling it too hard. I'm going to, let's see, let me look at this. Oh, there's still a little bit left. I am going to, okay. Yeah, it's like decisions. Where did that one go? There. So there are stitches up here, but then there's stitches here. So I think I'm going to go up and over. It's almost, the thread's almost out. So did that one. It feels like it's a, you know, I'm pretty new to cross country, and it feels like that, like I just went a whole block. It feels like it's a little far, but I know that, you know, like Christina, she would go for it. It's just my being careful. Okay, so let me pull this thread out. I'm trying to think if I want to. I think I'm just going to end it. There's enough, but I might be playing some thread chicken, and I don't really feel like doing that. That's the other thing. This floss is so much cheaper. It's like if I don't mind throwing away a little tiny bit. So, oh, that looks pretty good. What do you guys think? I love that. I figured out that ending. I was like, yay. Okay, so I'll read the chat. Oh, actually, no, I won't read the chat yet. I'm going to mark these stitches off before I forget. Because, you know, that is what I'll do. Or I'll mark too many. I put my Saga in dark mode, and it's like weird. I'm not used to it. Okay, and Clara said, LOL, Suzanne. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of crazy. And, oh yes, I have PK. I do love PK, but I really love using Saga on Maggie, and I want to get more practice on Saga. Saga is just, there's so much to, you know, so many benefits to Saga. I don't think there's anything in PK that I miss. The only thing that maybe is if you worked by pages, but it's really easy to just go put the pattern in Pattern Keeper, check the page size, and then just go and make your page size in Saga. It's a non-issue. And I know Yogi has a little bit of issues with how like selecting and deselecting is in Saga. I don't have a problem with that. I find it not an issue at all. Yeah, there's a couple of stitches over here, but I think I'll just go back up here. Instead of trying to work over here, I think I'll go up here. Yeah. Let me check here. Oh boy. Fred changed ants its name again to Ancilla Banisette. Oh, that was yesterday's though. They are so funny. So yeah, I usually mute it, but I was waiting for Fred to respond to something, so I left Discord open. And I'm thinking about doing a Discord server for like, just instead of a Facebook group, because I'm not interested in a Facebook group, honestly. I can't really stand Facebook that much. I put up with it for Yogi's group and some others, but otherwise these ones are really short. Otherwise I get sucked into it and I can't stand it. So, but I was thinking about doing maybe a Discord server instead, which is really good because it's like a chat place where you can share your pictures. You can do voice chats. There's just a lot. It's where the cool kids are, This thread was really short, but that's okay. I'm just going to, it's not that many stitches. I'll just stitch it out. So, but I'm thinking about doing that so that, like instead of posting stuff on Facebook, we can post it on Discord. Maybe. We'll see. I'm not getting there yet. I only have a couple of viewers at the stream, so I'm still a little bit of a newbie. But I use Discord for a lot of the games the one game I play, we have multiple servers for different parts of it. So this is bugging me. This thread won't go very far. There's like one stitch here, so I'll go down and do that. Let's see. Wow, that's really far. The last time I bought some painted fairy, I was looking at the website, the Dream Stitch website, and I noticed that he didn't have a full set. It's fairly new. I think he just started putting it in there last year. And so I asked him, I go, do you have a price for a full set instead of putting in each one? So then now there's a full set there. Let me double check that. Did I do that right? Yeah, okay. But I'm like, do I really need a full set? Or do I just get what I need? I don't know now. Okay. I think there's only one more of, oh, look at this, like it's just coming together. It's really pretty. Yeah, there's just, well, there's more than one. There's more on the other side. You know what? I'm going to finish it here. Yeah, I'll definitely finish it. That was a little twisted. I'm going to remove that. Oh, okay. Well, it's staying there. I guess I pierced the thread at some point. Yeah. It's past where the stitch will end anyway. There, that's better. Yes. Oh. So there. Oh yeah, let me take a sip. Oh, I didn't have that much water in there. Oh well. Okay, let me mark these before I forget, of course, because I will. Ooh, there's a nice bunch of stitches here. It's really funny. There's one stitch here and then a whole like bunch right here. It's kind of silly, but yeah, it's fine. 372. Oh, it looks like it's beige on the pattern keeper, but it's this really, oh, it's a nice, I like this green. 372. I better double check, make sure. It looked like it was going to be really sunny today. This morning, when I got up at 5 a.m., there was so much sun coming in the kitchen, but it's gotten cloudy. The sky is super blue, but it's cloudy, and actually it's a little cold. I have the window open because it gets warm in here, and the sky is super blue, but it's a little cold, chilly. See, I still think the screen looks like distorted. I was moving my hoop around, my stand around a little bit. I wonder if that's what it is. I couldn't tell. It looked straight to me, but it was, I think that's what it was. Okay, well, onward. Oh, that was really long compared to the last one. This one's super long. So I think it's really far. Okay. I am going to, there's a little bit of block stitching here. It's not too, it's kind of nice actually. I think we'll do that. It's not really like deep. So and with the 14 count, if I decide that it's not, like I want to just skip over something, I have no issue turning my work around and taking the needle through some stitched area. If I feel like this one will be a little deep, but not enough. I think I would definitely go over those. But if it was a little bit deeper, I would probably take and weave it under, just because. And I'm using a size 28 ballpoint needle, and it's perfect for this 14 count. Actually, Christina, this is your ballpoint needle. I found it in the cart you gave me. I don't know where it was, like stuck in somewhere, and I turned it over at some point and it fell out. And it looks like it's copper, I don't know if you can see that. It's hard to see. I guess, Christina, your hands removed the finish but made it like coppery, which sounds weird, but it made it really smooth. My skin doesn't do that. So mine, the finish comes off, but it doesn't get smooth like this. So I actually really like this needle. So if you're missing a ballpoint needle, Christina, this is one of them. Let me mark these off. And I think because the way I'm doing it, I'm going to, I'm saying a lot, sorry. I'm going to, I did it again. Just work out the thread and then pick another color. I like that idea. Wait, oh, that's not right. Yeah. Christina says, you're welcome to it. I tarnish all my needles. Yeah, see, I remember you saying that at one point, and I was like, wait a minute. How do you wear out your needles? Because I've never had that happen. I mean, I do think the ballpoint needles, the finish comes off of them, but I've never had them like turn like a copper color. And I'm not sure what brand this was. Was this the one you got from Casa Sienna? Because I will say it is really nice to stitch with. It's so smooth. Like compared to the Sullivan ones that I have. Like I'm using your old needle over those brand new ones. It's just, it's smooth. It works. Oh, block stitching is so nice once in a while. It's like you do a little bit of confetti and then a little block stitching. Yeah, I remember you bought some from Casa Sienna when I bought the ones from Etsy. The ones that I bought from Etsy were really nice, but they also, the finish came off on those as well, but I didn't get a nice smooth, as smooth as this one is. I remember when you bought those from Casa Sienna. I think that was when you bought your cone of doom. It was, I think it was that order. Man, we ordered so much stuff. Ooh, maybe I'll make it. There's only, let's see, let me mark some of these off. There. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Fred just woke up. Oosh. Christina says, usually my needles go rough and more of a dark steel gray. Weird that one went copper. I know. See, that's usually mine. Mine go rough. And then, yeah. The last ones I bought from Sullivan's, or they're Sullivan's, I bought them from Dream Stitch. So it's not anything to do with Dream Stitch, the quality. It's, you know, they're a brand, Sullivan's brand. The finish came off on them pretty quick, which was a little disappointing. I still have some of my old ones, but for some reason this one was just super smooth. And there we go. Wow, that was a lot of stitches there. Nice. I can't believe sometimes there's like one stitch. I did stitches here. There's 2 stitches here of that color, and then 1 stitch here. Oh Lord. Let's see. And Christina said, I prefer the sienna needles if I'm honest, but I would like to try the pony black needles. Honestly, the pony black needles, they are just, ugh. Let me see. I can show you. I have 3 different, oh, just hit something. No, it's not a pony needle. I have 3 different sizes of the black ones. Actually, no, this is not a black one. So I bought the 28 count ones, and this was after using it a little bit. There is horrible. And I think this is one of the black ones. I've been using it for I've been sewing the edges by hand. So I don't know if you can see it. I think this one's a 24. But I don't like, they squeak. They make a weird noise. So I don't know. I just prefer the ballpoint needles, really, honestly. Okay, so here I am going, there's a really far. I'll go far. Okay, so I think I have I don't know where I have the other ones. I put them away because I was like, I don't like these. But yeah, you might like them though. I was excited because I remember Laura said that she really liked them. And so I decided to try it on my 16 count project that I felt like I was having a hard time working through it. And so I bought them to test it out, but they didn't work. They still didn't work. I dropped my needle. There we go. So, but then I've just realized that was the custom printed kits that we did. Which size did you buy on your turtle shell? Mine was a 16 count, and like the printing is beautiful, but it's like pulling the needle through is just so tough. So I'm actually thinking about just I have the image in Saga, so I'm thinking about just stitching it on some like 14 count or something, because it's got blended threads. It's sad because I really like it, but I feel like I'm really struggling to get the needle through it. And I found that the floss looked really fluffy after, I don't know, it didn't feel right. And it could just be that printed kits aren't for me, sadly, because I like the idea of it. Let's see where am I gonna take this now? Let's see. Let's see here. It's kind of far, but yeah, we'll do it. That is not Well, that's not it. Oh, yeah, that was not it. Good thing I looked a little closer. Here. Okay. Hello, my spousey Fred. Did you just wake up? Oh, all of a sudden I got a whiff of my chocolate chip cookies. May have to take a snack break. How are you? Did you just wake up? Yeah, lazy. Let me mark these off before I forget. Okay, I was like, why are these not marking off? Because the box was still on. Clara says, stamp kits are not for me either. If I have them in 14 count, my needle goes through better. Forget 16 or higher. And Fred went to bed around 3 a.m. It's 10:30 now. Okay. 10:30 is not too bad because I got up at 10. But I got up at 5 and then I went back to sleep. So, yeah, okay. I'll let it slide this time, Fred. Yeah, I have 2 14 count kits and they're fine. They're spring kits. I actually quite like them. Still, I have a hard time getting them in the hoop so that they're firm and not too loose. But I'm getting better at that with the Nerge hoops. Mm-hmm. Christina says, looks like 16 count. I used the ballpoint, but I have no issues with mine. I'm also working on the 11 count printed kit. I think they work best with the scroll rods. Yeah. For me, since I don't get the tension right. And hey, Jen, good morning. Welcome to the channel. And today I'm wearing my buttercup socks with the yarn that I got from Jen. Actually wearing them today. So I was thinking about you today, Jen. I don't wear these ones that often because they're lace and they're so nice. I don't want to mess them up. But I really need to darn some socks, so it's getting to the point where I'm wearing my good ones. They're the yellow, that really bright yellow. Remember those socks that I designed from your yarn with your yarn? Let's see. I'm gonna mark these off. Yeah, gotta wear them. I know. But they're, well, one of the things is, this might sound silly, but I have my little toes kind of go through the edge of the lace part. I need more solid toe because my little toe, my little toe is so tiny. But because they were my design, I didn't want so much plain knitting on the toe. I wanted it to be like my normal plain toe. So yeah, it is what it is. So that sometimes it irritates me. Sometimes I get upset that my toe is sliding through one of the lace holes. Let's see. But the yarn is so soft. I love it. Let's see. Yeah, I'll finish this. Well, I'm not sure I can finish this, but there's not a lot of thread left. 2, 3, what? Nope. Counted one too many. And hello, Laura. Welcome in. Bye, busy mom. Have a good day, and I will see you later at Yogi's, and have a good filming. So, see you tonight at Yogi's. Oh, this is like a little bit of thread chicken, but I can make it. Well, I won't make the whole block, but I have enough to finish these, and there's one lone stitch here so that I can do my little ending. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I just realized I wasn't even in the camera. Ugh, I am definitely not a professional. That is just, gosh. I'm sorry, guys. Let me zoom out, maybe. I just looked up and noticed that I had cross-countryed a little too far. Let's see. No, I don't know. That was silly. I'm sorry about that. Well, I won't go down that far because it doesn't look very good. I'm just ending this stitch anyway. This is kind of a big project, so I probably should have used a bigger hoop, but it's okay. Okay, let me double check. Yeah, see, I think. Okay, how does that look? My magnifier's in the way a little bit. Oh, look at that. I love this green. It's so pretty. Okay, so let's mark these off. And go back up here. Okay, looking at, There's a lot of this one. Not too bad. Let me see if here, is that right? No, that can't be right. Oh no, it's here. Okay, I think. I'm just double checking. This just seems like it's really distorted a lot. Sorry about that. Okay, so then I'm double checking, make sure it's okay, it's in there. Okay, so 647. That's what I get for moving things around. I'm trying to think that depending on how long I stream, I may need to do like a little tiny break in the middle. So I'm not sitting here so long. I kind of not good for, it's not good for us to do that. You know what I mean? I'm noticing that when I stream for 3.5 hours and I get up, I'm like, oh no. It was a little uncomfortable. So I may take a, couple minute break halfway through or something and get some water and, just reposition my body for a few minutes. Normally, if I'm at home, I may sit a lot, but I don't stay seated constantly. I may get up every like 20 minutes or something. So I did notice the other day that after the stream, I was like, I really probably should take a tiny break if I'm going to do them this long. I don't know how Yogi does it, because even when we're watching her lives, I'm not sitting there the whole time. I'm getting up, I'm going and getting snacks or drinks or going to the bathroom. So yeah, might have to do that. So let's see, mark those ones off. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. I can't wait to get down into the middle of this project a little more, where it's a little more exciting. This is pretty much just wall. I had started those other two 𝐂𝐚 pieces. I just UFO'd them because they weren't making me happy at all. But this one is just, there's something about it. I think that it's the combination of the 14 count and the pattern. It just seems to work. Let's see. It's kind of fun to stitch on. And it looks fine as a mini. And I think that was, those other ones were just, they were too big, too daunting. I just didn't feel like it was, they were just so big. I don't need it to be that big. As long as they look clear enough. I worry about that, of course. When you do a mini, it's not so clear. So like the small Stitches So Beautiful pieces that I have, I was a little bit like, oh, maybe I should have gotten the bigger one. They're not so, maybe it's not as clear. But I think it's okay. I'm really enjoying working on them. And I think if they were bigger, they would just, I don't know. I think it's okay. I hope so anyway. Let's see. It's like all over the place. I think I will do this one. try to work my way back over there. But then catch these ones. Oh, it's a little bit catching. So we'll see. May take a 5-minute break, or probably won't be that long. Just enough to go in the other room, grab some water if I run out. I lost track of where I'm at. Unfortunately. Clara says, I like the one Marcia is stitching. It's the bakery with a few dogs in it, by the same artist as yeah, that one's really cute. Christina's working on, or was working on, she said she's going to restart it. She's working on the apiary, the one with bees, and it also has the corgis. It's really adorable. It doesn't have any cats. So that was, the thing that Christina needed. She needed no cats. I know, that's just someone who doesn't like cats. Don't hate her for it. She likes dogs though, so I guess that's okay. I'm kind of lost track where I was. Oh dear. I can't see the line. Oh, there it is. Wait, okay. This is a problem with the pre-gridded, is the line is really faint. So now I can hardly see it. So I started to have trouble counting. That's okay. I got it. Make sure I do the one that's in the square that I actually started in. And then is that right? Yeah, okay, that's right. But I think all Kim Jacobs pieces are really lovely. I just wasn't in the mood for something that large. So much border, and then just like a ton of confetti in the border. Just wasn't, I wasn't feeling it. So it's a little different now. I'm still fairly new to full coverage. I mean, I've been cross stitching. I had cross stitched for a really long time. When I was in high school, but I stopped for a long time, and there's just so much new stuff compared to when I was doing cross stitch. Just have magazines, cross stitch magazine. I did a lot of projects out of those. It was a pretty nice magazine, but it was the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Lots of geese with ribbons. Okay, so let's see. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Oh, there's quite a bit left on that. Let me see if I can make. I kind of don't like to leave a whole block. If I'm going to stitch it, I'm going to stitch the whole block, or I'll leave it. But there's enough to do. There's only like 3 stitches, so I'll do that. Because, I got to control everything. Can't control a lot of things in life. I can control stitching. Oh, wait. Wrong place. It just looks like it's at a weird angle today. Okay. I do like this style. It is very light. A lot of light stitching. Well, you think it is, but it's like if you look here, it's very muted and browns, and I don't. I like this one anyway. So, oh, now we're on to a large amount of stitching. Nice. Oh, this is a parked thread too. It looks fine to me. That's what Clara said. Is this way off? Okay. And sometimes there's a good amount of block stitching on these ones. The wind is picking up. I'm not sure you can hear it. It's coming through the window, and my monsteras are. I have a monstera right in front of the window, and the leaves are like flapping around. Poor plant. It's so abused. You can hear the wind and the birds. Oh, nice. Yeah, I live near one of the large lakes in Sweden, so we do get a lot of seabirds, even though it's not the sea, like seagulls. So, and they like to, yeah, I live close enough that they're pretty near. And I live on the 6th floor, so when it gets windy, it gets really windy up here. It was much windier yesterday. It was crazy windy. But it felt like it was warmer yesterday. Today it feels a bit on the colder side. I can feel it blowing in through the window. A little bit cold, but it feels nice too. It's like fresh. Let me double check. 4. Okay, I must have miscounted here. Oh well, it's close enough. Let's see. Clara asked, "How did you end up living in Sweden?" And okay, I was wondering why I heard seagulls. Okay, so I moved. Actually, today's the 26th, right? I'll have lived here 26 years on I can't remember. It was a very long day that day I traveled here. 26th or the 28th or the 29th of April is when I moved here. So I've been here for 26 years. My ex is Swedish. And so, yeah, we met and I moved here because of him. And I stayed here. I made some mistakes, I think, here. Let's see. But it's the same. The colors are so similar. I'm just going to leave them. I'm just going to leave it. That seems weird. Yeah. Let me look at that again. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just leave it. Just fill it in with one of those grays. They're all, it's all the same. Try not to be too pedantic about it. So yeah, I moved here and I've lived here for 26 years now, and I'm definitely too Swedish to move back to the States. And also my son, he's Swedish. And so I stayed here. When we got divorced, he moved away. He found a different job. He was looking for a different job anyway. And so I actually moved because I wanted my son to be close to him. And so I live in the same town, which is fine. It's pretty nice here. At first I wasn't sure about it. I was like, do I really like it here? But I feel like I have a really nice apartment. I live really close to everything within, I have major stores within 2 kilometers. And I don't mind it. And I also found a weaving place that I could go and meet people and be social when I actually go. I haven't been since I've been twice since August. I usually go twice a week, but after I had my accident, I really struggled to go outside. And I'm still working on it. I just got, it's really hard to explain. I got comfortable just not going out. So I don't go outside, which is really bad. But the weather's nicer, and I do love riding my bike, even though I did crash on it, and that's why I hurt myself. But I'm still struggling a little bit with residual pain from it. So sometimes biking isn't very comfortable. Well, walking is definitely not comfortable. Let me double check where I'm at on this and start a new color. This is 931. We're on the other side of the floss cart now. Oh, these blues are so awesome. So pretty. So I live in a, I guess you could call it the middle of Sweden. I don't know. What would you think, Christina? Would you call this the middle, or I don't know, middle-ish? Anyway, and I moved here. I moved to the place where I live now in 2019. So I moved here right before COVID, and I was still working in the city, which is about an hour away. I was teaching weaving. And so then when COVID hit, at first I was still going, but I didn't really feel super comfortable. Oh, that's not right. Wait, hold on. Let me double check. Oh, no, that was right. I didn't feel super comfortable going in on the bus. It was still fairly new. It was mostly just everyone was scared at that point, which, it was scary. Didn't know what was going on. Kids still had to go to school. I was worried about that because I was like, oh, I don't want my kid to get sick. But he didn't get sick for a long time. And I think because people just didn't leave where I live, it didn't come here until much later. So we didn't get COVID until like a year and a half later, I think. Yeah, I think ge geographically speaking, we're in the middle belt of Sweden. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's like I know a lot of people talk about more south as the middle part, but I really feel like this is kind of, well, I live in the, uh, yeah, I consider it the middle, but yeah, it's pretty nice. I don't mind it anyway. I've lived more north in Sweden. When I first moved to Sweden, I lived in a place called Gävle, not to be confused with Gävle. I can't say either of those right. Let me mark these off so I don't get lost here. And then I lived in a place called Askersund, which was not very wonderful. But I did meet Christina, so that was kind of nice. There is that. If I hadn't lived there, I wouldn't have met Christina. And then I moved to where I live now, which is famous for the Picasso statue, which is, you know, it's a Picasso, so it's a bit on the oddball side, but it's kind of cool. It's out on the edge of the water. There's a beach there. So if you Google Picasso statue, you can see where it's at. I have seen it. When I first moved here, one of the ladies from the 𝐕𝐚𝐕, the weaving studio, well, it means weaving cottage, but it's in the basement of an apartment building, so it's not a stuga, it's not a cottage, but like weaving basement sounds funny, I think. Anyway, she picked, when I first moved here, the first week I lived here, she picked Alex and I up and drove us around the town and showed us everything. And she took us out to see the Picasso statue. So that was really nice of her. She's super sweet. And Alex likes her. Alex likes the ladies, but he also, you know, like if he doesn't want to go to school, I sometimes will tell him, well, I'm going to go weaving today. If you stay home, you have to go with me to go weaving. And even though he loves the ladies, he's like, no weaving. So yeah, he's silly, but he met the ladies, and they're, you know, I've been here since 2019, and so they've watched him grow up too, and he's they always say how tall he is and how stylish he is. I'm like, you know, like my kid, he's cute. Yeah, he's cute. He's my kid, but you know, he's a teenage boy. And I sometimes think, are they looking at the same kid as I am? You know, I'm saying my kid is cute, but yeah. During those times, he was definitely a little spotty, and yeah. But one of the ladies, she's like in her 90s, I swear. She is like so together compared to me. I'm like, oh, I feel so old compared. One time we went there for a little while, and Alex was still, I don't know, it was maybe the first year we lived here, so he was 10 maybe. Well, wait, he was 11, but you know, he is not socially or mentally that age. And she was pushing him around in a office rolling chair. Just like this lady, she's in her 90s and she was just like, she was loving it. She was pushing around the studio, the 𝐕𝐚𝐲, just I was like, wait, Linnea, you don't have to do this. Oh no, it's fun. I like it. Don't worry, don't worry. And so she always asks about Alex. I think she liked it. Okay, let's see if I can get 2 more stitches here. This is going so fast. I haven't looked to see how many stitches I have, but I'm guessing there's quite a few. So there's a spot here. I'm gonna look at this because this thread might be good enough to put there. There's a spot that I've marked, but there's no stitch there. So I'm gonna check and see what that stitch is. Anyway, I'm just blabbling now. Sorry. 318. Let's look and see. Oh, okay. No, I can. Is that right? Wait, let me double check. Yeah, okay. No, I can leave it. I'll just, there's a bunch of those right next to it. So I can erase the mark and stitch it another when I stitch those. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Sometimes, Okay, so I'll. That looks a bit fluffy. Okay, so let me read a little bit. Christina says Enköping is the city closest to the other large cities, so it is the middle. But if you look on the map, we're in the middle. And Laura says, I'm finally awake now. Did you ever take Alex to California to visit? We don't call it Cali. No, I haven't. And Fred's back, and Mandy is saying hi. Hi, Mandy. And you need to figure out breakfast, Fred. Okay, yeah, make me some too while you're at it. Actually, I ate lunch. I have to think about dinner tonight. What am I gonna have? No. So the first year he was born in 2008. And we had planned to fly to California for Christmas, and see my family, and so Alex could meet them and all that. So he would have been he was born in May. His birthday's next Saturday, actually. Let's see. So May, June, July, August, September, November, December. So he was like 7 months old. Yeah, we don't call it Cali. So it's Cali. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we do not, absolutely do not call it Cali. It's not Frisco. It's not San Fran. Yeah, we say it the way we say it. I used to say Oregon wrong just to piss them off. Yeah, it's the same with Nevada. People who don't come from Nevada say it wrong, and then it pisses everybody off. Yeah. I still hear that and think, people pronounce it right. But anyway, so he would have been about, Laura says, my dad's side of the family lives in California. Ask some cousins, where about do they live? And no, if they call it Cali, they are not Californians. So anyway, you know what? Okay, no, did I do those ones? Oh, I better double check. I like lost track what I worked on. Okay, yeah. Did I do those ones too? No, I didn't do those ones. I didn't do those. Okay. Lost track. It's like there was such a amount of meandering. It was nice. Yeah. So Fred says, in New York, we don't care how you pronounce things because we can barely pronounce things there. Oh, Lord. Yeah, see, oh, my family is like, like my grandma Lean, she was a grammar police, which honestly I'm not unhappy about, because I think that learning to speak proper is, what you do. And she would, if I would say, me and Sandy are going to do this, she'd go, Sandy and I. Anytime, like ain't. If you used ain't, it was like, she would say, ain't a word. She'd remind us gently that, you were speaking improperly. And yeah, so I just got used to, that's really hard to see the lines. I think that's there. I'm like, whoa. So when I went back, okay, so yeah, to get back to, so by the time December, or when we started thinking about planning our trip to California, Alex was already cruising. I mean, this boy, he moved. It was like, I was not ready for it. He was super busy baby. The day that he sat up, from, the day he sat up on his own, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. He stood up. So he didn't even crawl. He went from laying down to sitting up to standing up the first day. And then he was cruising, and it was like 5 months old or something. And he was climbing all over the place, opening doors. And I thought, there's no way I am going to be able to deal with this baby who was not even 7 months old yet on a plane for 25 hours with layovers and all that stuff. I thought, all right, no way. So we didn't go. But the next Christmas, he had his reaction, and he was just super sick. And so, yeah, it didn't happen. And now it's not. I started thinking about 2 years ago, I started considering it. Is that? I started considering maybe going for a visit, because he is older now, but it's just so expensive. I can't even imagine. I'm going to park that there because it's a little bit. No, I won't. There's only 3 stitches. I thought I'll park that there, and then I looked. It's 3 stitches, so yeah, we'll do those. So anyway, so it just never happened. So the last time I was home was 20 years ago. Oh my God. It was 2006. I went because my mom was ill. She had a massive heart attack, and my family was like, you got to come home. And so I went home, and I was home for I was home for almost 2 months, but it was so hard. I, I didn't, I didn't feel American anymore. And all my family were like, "Oh, you speak so proper now." I'm like, "I'm just speaking. Why? What's the difference?" But things were irritating me, like traffic. Oh my God, I hate traffic. And there was even more traffic, and it felt dirty, like everything felt dirty and grimy, and the food was awesome. I will say that I enjoyed every single bite that I ate while I was there. I missed the food. But things like recycling. I had gotten so used to recycling, and I not only lived in used to recycling, and my brother's like, "Oh, just throw it away." I'm like, "What? Throw it away? What?" I was like freaking out, and then I kept saying things in Swedish because there were words that I just spoke in Swedish all the time, and it was weird. It was just so odd, and I kept getting my brother and my mom saying, "Well, speak English." Why, and it was weird. So let me read this. Okay. The initial Dutch influence is still strong, so everything is spelt weird. Yeah. Fred says, one pet peeve is well versus good. You say, "I'm doing well," not "I'm doing good." Okay, I did well, not "I did good." Oh, yeah, definitely. They live around a bit over an hour away from San Francisco. I lived there when I was younger for a couple of years. Okay, so I'm from north of San Francisco, from Marin County. I lived there most of my life. And Laura's in New Jersey. We just shorten it to Jersey most of the time. And Fred loves New Jersey, but don't tell anybody. Okay, I'm telling everybody, Fred. Because, yeah. Oh, and that's another thing I keep noticing, that I keep saying "cuz," and voice to text spells it CUZ, and I would never spell it that way. So that is definitely a California thing. So I have done 254 stitches. Wow, that's gone really fast. An hour and 44 minutes. So, I mean, while talking, that's pretty good. That's 140 stitches per hour. That is really speedy for me. Okay, so and this is one of the issues with doing typewriter, is now I have a stitch here and a stitch way down here. I just realized I have a big old bruise on my knee. What the heck? I wonder how I did that one. Okay, so 3042. Oh, I love that one. It's like a mauve. Definitely one of those ones that would have been often used in the 90s. I think I'm not going to take a huge piece. I'll use one of the smaller pieces. Yeah, I think it's almost time for me to stretch a tiny bit, move myself a little. And it sounds like I drank coffee because I feel speedy. It's probably just all the excitement of being here. Okay, so yeah, that was not long enough. I took one of the smaller ones thinking, "Oh, that's not too bad," but it's not. It's not long enough. Oh, then that one's super long. What? Okay, that was weird. All right, well, sometimes I'm lazy and I just pull a thread and I cut it. So this was one that definitely, it's fine. Um, so Fred says, is that the same bruise from yesterday when you put your chair together? And no, this is a different bruise. Most likely it's from putting my chair together. I have like 3 new bruises on that leg, which is weird. And of course, since I've had that deep muscle contusion, that leg is just crazy hurts all the time. So no, I didn't find the wedge pillow. I believe I know where it is, but I was too lazy to go outside and look for it. Okay, so, and Christina says, I'm considering making a dragon scale blanket with crocheted crocodile. I started a bag with that crocodile stitch. I actually made some baby booties with it. It's super cute. It was a little bit fiddly. I used a really great tutorial, but that was like so long ago. That was at the house. So, you know, that was before I started knitting again, when my hand was bugging me. So here I am going to do a quick pin and then continue. Didn't want to go over those stitches. It's a little fiddly. I haven't done it since I found out how to do it. I started a bag, which was kind of fun, but then I got over it really quickly because I don't really crochet. So these ones are going up here, and then I'm going to end it here because the rest of them are up here, and I already have threads. I already have this color parked up here. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna end this, and then I'll take it back over down below a little bit and finish off this thread. Yeah, that one looked a bit funky. It'll look fine. Oh, yeah, that's straightened it out. Crocodile looks so nice, but it takes up a lot of yarn. Yes, it does take up a lot of yarn. I did the baby booties. I actually think I only did one baby booty. I did it with fingering weight yarn, and it was really cute. It turned out really cute. But I think the pattern was just, I'm not a crocheter, and I think the pattern was a little too advanced for my level of crochet. So I kind of just didn't finish it. There's a lot of that kind of stuff going on. So I'm going to, there's a couple of stitches in this little row of this color. So I love this new start and stop that I found from Adam Hart. Oh, and Fred, I'm going to do a little video for you how I crochet so you can see how I tension my yarn, which is how I tension my knitting. So it might help with your tension issues. Because I was watching and I know that's why you have problems. I'm not gonna tell you you're doing it wrong, but yeah, I wouldn't do it that way. It's specifically that yarn. It's so freaking slippery, and my fingers are too short. They're not that short. It's the way you're holding your yarn. Really, it is. Okay, so. Oh, look how it's coming along. It's doing really well. Okay. So let's mark those off. There's more down there, but I'll just do those another when I work over on that section. There's only a couple of more stitches in this block. Oh, a couple more colors. So this one is 3787. And there's only 3 stitches, so I will do that. And and Christina knows me. She knows me. Christina says, which translate to, I'm not going to say you're wrong, but you're wrong. Yeah. But, you know, I remember my friend Whitney, I remember we were talking about crocheting. Her mom is a crochet designer, like pretty well-known crochet designer. And so we were talking about crochet one time. She mostly knits. And so we were talking about it, and I just told her that I really had a hard time with tension, crochet tension. And so she asked me how I did it, and I showed her. And of course, she said I was wrong. But I've kind of worked it out a little bit better, and it's better, but it's not as good as my knitting. I'm a much better knitter. Ooh, I wasn't really expecting this. Looks brown. I have Saga in dark mode, and it looks, is it in the right place? It is. So the color looked brown, but it's this really dark, like forest green. It's very pretty. Yeah, so she told me I was doing it wrong. So, yeah. But I'm usually telling her something's wrong. And I want to end this stitch. Which I know that if I go and try to put that stitch down through that hole, back through that hole, it is definitely not gonna work. So I find it easier just to pull out the last leg of the stitch instead of trying to go back down the same hole. So that is, it's so, the YouTube on the computer is so like behind where I am. So when I look, I think, wait a minute, am I doing that? The color looks really funny. It looks fine on the camera, but through the computer, it looks really odd. So, it's just me. So let's see. Christina says, what if you wrap the yarn around your pinky? When I use silk yarn, that's what I do to get a better tension. Yeah, see, let's see. Let me find I'm like, I have no yarn nearby. I do, but it's too far to reach. So here, let's see. Let's move that down. So this is Fred. Take a gander. So I hold my thread through my pinky like that, and then I wrap it around twice. So it's over my hand. I don't know. There. Okay, it's more light. But when I crochet, I do one more loop because I need more tension. So that's how I hold my yarn to crochet. It works. But when I knit, let's see. When I knit, I just I just go like that. And I knit really close because I've worked on better tension with knitting. I actually use an Arne and Carlos, the way they do their Norwegian purling. So I've been teaching myself to Norwegian purl, which makes a very much nicer purl stitch. Okay, so Fred says, that's an idea. I do that with some other yarns I have if needed. I'll try that, but I can't crochet and do other things because I lost count after 2. Yes, that's definitely you, Fred. Okay. Oops. Okay, so now we are on 3861. There's only 2 more colors left in this square. 3/8. Christina says every crafter. Yeah. It's like counting is, like, it's difficult. Counting is difficult. That's all there is to it. So this one is part of the roof. So, but there's also some down here. So I'll do those ones first and then I'll take it up. Probably, since I don't really want to flip my my hoop, I probably will just kind of do a tacking. I'll tack it so it's not, I'm going to cover it up anyway with these other threads. So I'll just do a little, like what Yogi says, it's a yogi move. Though I was doing it before I started watching yogis. Something I kind of taught myself. Okay. And I'm really struggling because usually, so when I usually, let me get a different pen out. So I usually have a darker, of course the pen doesn't work. Well, it does work, but it doesn't like this angle usually. There we go. So I would normally have like a darker color that I'd be able to see. And so I'm struggling to see this gray color. Like I like the ease of the pre-gridded fabric, but sometimes it's kind of not worth it. I'm finding that I prefer to grid myself just because, like 25 count, there's no way. I did not like 25 count pre-gridded. It just was horrible. Really stiff and just not nice. I'm gonna like tack it down here. It's a little bit weird angle. So yeah, I like it because it's done, but also I think that the pre-gridded fabric is a little stiffer. It's okay in the 14 count. I absolutely don't mind it. But the 20 count, I bought some 20 count that is pre-gridded, and I can hardly see the lines. And really that has a lot to do with my eyesight. My eyesight's really bad. So yeah, and that, it's probably not the fabric's fault. But, and where I bought it, the price was the same, so it didn't really matter. But I bought the same size fabric and ungridded, and it was softer. It just was easier to work with. So let me double check that. Okay. 1, 2. So here, yeah, I can do these. You can still see that, right? Yeah. There's more of this up here. Oh no, okay. I checked. I have some park threads up there, and I was just double checking and making sure I didn't have the same color up there before I start moving up there. I didn't really make, okay. Laura says pre-gridding hurts my brain. I can't get into the lines being on a stitch. So on the 14 count, it is between the stitch. So yeah, because that was really difficult seeing it on the stitch. I really don't like 25 count. And on the 20 count, it was also, I think it was on the stitch as well. Actually, I want to change this a little bit. It's not wrong. I just want to, I want to take my floss over there. So I'm going to do some English stitches instead of Danish. And I just found that I prefer gridding it myself. I love these heat remove marker pens. I did buy the Clover marker, which I do like it. I actually should try it on this 14 count. It's pretty nice. It's got a really nice tip. But it bleeds a little bit. So it's kind of that. I worry about the heat removal. I test it every time on the fabric. So I know it's fine, but then I still worry. I still think, oh, what if it doesn't come out this time? Yeah, kind of stuff like that. I don't think you were here when I started talking about my rotation, Christina. So I have my wheel, and so let me know what you guys think about this. And actually, I think I'm going to figure out where I'm at and park this there, because I don't have any stitches up there, and I'm confused already. Is that there? It's a little bit far up there. It's hard to see. So I'm going to park it there. Hard to see with the magnifier at that position. Oops, and parked the wrong spot. Let me mark these off before I forget. Okay, and then just one color left in that block. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna take a sip real quick. Oh, there's only ice left in. Oh, okay. I moved that up. Sorry, I couldn't see because it was way up here. So I think only Busy Mom and Clara was here when I showed my wheel. So this is my new wheel. I showed Christina got a picture of this earlier. So this is my new wheel. Okay. I just realized that the magnifier was ish. Okay. So it has all my projects on it. It's very crowded, I know. So this is just a picture, so it's not the wheel. And you can see Christina's there on the top. And yeah. So this has all of my full coverage, my traditional full coverage, and my what I call my non-full coverage, which is still full coverage in some ways. So it's a little crazy. So my thought is, hi, Kristen, right? I hope. Massively Tiny Stitches. If I remember right, you're Kristen, right? Well, welcome in anyway. Oh, okay. I did remember. I was like, duh, I don't remember. Do I remember? Okay, so we have a Kristen and a Christina. Okay, so yeah. And so my idea is that I spin the wheel, and whatever comes up, I stitch it. So the traditional full coverage, I will do 500 stitches. That's my normal rotation. And then if it's the non-full coverage, though, some of those are still considered full coverage because they are, you know, like my Studio Ghibli. Those are full coverage, but I've always stitched them as they've always been in my non-full coverage rotation, which is, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Like this is 14 count, but I've always considered this full coverage. The Studio Ghibli's still 14 count, full coverage, but yeah. Okay, but so on those ones, depending on my love for them, I think that I'll get to that in a second, Fred. So if I'm not really super in love with the pattern, the non-full coverage pattern, I'll do 100 stitches. If it's something I don't mind doing a bunch of stitches, I will do 250 maybe. Okay, and Fred, they don't use the 0.86 part is called an ore. It's like cents. But they don't officially use that anymore. So if you went to the store and you were paying in cash, you would pay 75 crowns. If you were paying your debit card, you'd pay 74 and 86 ore. It's a little, it's not confusing. It's pretty normal. So yeah, that's what it is. And the town where I used to work in and where I used to go and meet Christina is called Örebro, which is Penny Bridge. Yeah, so Fred says that's what Australia does. Cash is rounded, debit cards are not. Most stuff like, yeah, I think like they have like a rounding. Some bills they'll just round it up or round it down, whichever. It's generally a round number. I almost never have cash, so yeah. Because it's just, yeah, I don't think I've had any cash since before COVID. You know, I may have a couple of coins or something. They changed the money and coins not that long ago. So like all the extra coins that we had laying around, we took them and turned them all in. and I only have a little bit like in my purse for, like if I need a couple of coins for the bathroom or something. There are coins. There aren't any pennies. So they did away with that currency. So there's like, I think, as I said, I haven't had any currency in a while. It's like 5, 10. So the coins are 5s and 10s, right? God, it's been so long since I even had coins. Yeah, so there are 5 kronor, or 5 crown coins. There are 10 crown coins, and then the 20 crown is a note. So there's 20, 50, 100, and whatever. So like 20 is like like $2. 10 is like it depends on the currency. It depends on the exchange rate, but you can kind of say it's like one to a dollar, kind of. Sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's I don't actually know what it is. Oh, there you go. See, actually, Christina knows what, because she's the real Swede here. So Christina says 1, 5, and 10, but they're considering introducing a 2 crown coin, but they were. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. There's one, but there's no ore anymore, which was that 50? Or was that, I don't even know, because I think we hardly used them, like they stopped using them like maybe 15 years ago or something. I don't even remember. It's been so long. I don't remember. Yeah, Christina probably knows better than I do. Yeah, I forgot about the 1 crown coin, but that's just because I never I rarely have coins. I try to keep a little. It used to be before we had to put coins. Well, you still put coins in your shopping cart to be able to unlock it. But I have one of these little plastic coin things that I use instead. So I usually kept a 5 and a 10 in my purse for that. And then also, I think a 10, I try to keep a 10 in my purse for the toilet. Because sometimes when you're out, the toilets cost, which is really rough if you don't have a coin. And then you're like doing the pee-pee dance. So I try to keep it, and I haven't used them in forever. So, well, it's also because I haven't gone out in forever. Since my accident in August, I very rarely go to the store. I very rarely go anywhere, which is bad. Yes, I know. And I'm getting there. I'm working on it. I keep saying, okay, I'll go out on Monday. I did go out on Monday. I went shopping on Monday. But I just went to the little store. I'm still having, I still feel uncomfortable on my bike since my accident, which is really sad because I love my bike. But I keep like having little flashbacks that I'm gonna tip over, and it's been a little rough, especially when the weather was bad and there was snow and gravel and everything. I was really struggling to bike. I love it too. It's so hard, but I'm gonna try to this week. I'm gonna go out. I said that. I said that weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah. It'll happen. I missed my friends at the 𝐉𝐷𝐲𝐬, and they call me every once in a while, like, "How are you doing? You know, we miss you. Are you coming to the 𝐉𝐷𝐲𝐬 soon?" And I think, oh yeah, I'll be there sometime soon. And then so then I decide I'm gonna go. And then something happens where I have to be home for Alex. And then I can't go. So yeah, I'm bad. This, I keep like this little ending. This little ending is just such a cool little trick. I every time I do it, I think, ooh, that's so cool. That one kind of collapsed on itself, but yeah. Okay, so now I'm trying to Fred says I'm trying to convince Jen to make earrings with weenies on them. Christina says, Lord, I don't remember, but I think we had 10, 20, and 50-cent coins. You mean American? Oh, wait, okay. American coins. Yeah, there was pennies, nickels, dimes, and 25 cents. And then there was 50s and $1, but that's, yeah. And then Leah tried to write 𝐉𝐷𝐲𝐬, which he failed miserably. And Christina said to get it. Yeah, I need to get one. And Leah says, or Fred says that we should get her a houseboy, and I agree. So when are you coming to visit, Fred? You could be my houseboy. And Laura says, you told chat, so now you're held accountable. Go outside. Yeah, thank you. It's not just that, but I also have since I had my accident kind of kicked up my panic anxiety disorder that all of a sudden came around when I had a traumatic incident with my heart. And so I think what it is that when I need to go somewhere, I end up panicking really badly. And while I was recuperating with my leg, I wasn't going anywhere. And I think that it got a bit comfortable not having that anxiety often. And so then I think that has created a problem. And I know it's there. But then I also think I'm an adult. I don't have to go outside if I don't want to, right? So, but now, and it was August, so I couldn't do anything for a long time. My leg was swollen and purple. They're still swelling even. It's just been incredibly bad the whole time. But yeah. But then when it started to get better, I realized I hadn't had any panic attacks in months. And I thought, okay. And then when I went to go outside, I started having panic attacks. I think it's like a vicious cycle. I mean, it's just what it is. But yeah. But I'm trying, and I have been out recently. I went out last Monday, and it was fairly nice. It's still a little cold, so, but it is getting nicer, so I'm more like I see the sun shining, and I'm like, I could go outside today. Right? What is that poop emoji? Anyway, so it's yeah. I am trying. But then I do say, like, I know that I can't. Fred said, Swedish sun must be so nice. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's not hot right now, so. And then Fred says, I went outside a few days ago and immediately felt like I was burning to a crisp. Yeah, but you live in Florida. It's like, come on. But I still have a little trouble walking. My leg still hurts when I walk, and there's, like, I can't train it away. It's just, it is what it is. Let's see if you can, yeah, you can see over there. I decided that I finished that square, so I'm going to work over here. Oh, that didn't work. The little fluffy came up. Where do I put that? Oh, I'm looking for my snag nabbit. Oh, the fabric is super loose. Oosh. Let's see. Fred says, I miss New York mountains in direct sun only. I'm still mad at the doctors you saw. Yeah. Oof. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I need to move this over here a little bit. Double check. I had to move my magnifier. My leg is just, there's still a bruise since August, and I'm still struggling to walk very far. Yeah. So I can go to the little local store. Well, all the stores are local for me. They're all very, very central. They're all like within 2 kilometers of my house, which is not bad. And biking doesn't hurt, but walking does. And so I cannot do like a whole grocery shopping with my leg still. So I order groceries, I've been ordering groceries since August. A couple times I've gone, and then I've regretted it because it's hurt afterwards. So I still like I walk, I still do a lot of steps. I just can't do continual striding walks. You know what I mean? So yeah. So it's and I just don't go out. So and it's fine. So now I'm filling in a little tiny bits of confetti. Okay, so which doctors are you mad at? Is it the one from my heart? Yeah, that was horrible. Oh my goodness. Kristen says, the best thing I can suggest is making sure you don't leave the situation while you're still anxious. Break it down into smaller steps, i.g., holding the bike, straddling around the block. It's not really so much, like, I love riding my bike. My bike is awesome, but there are times when I'm riding that I have a 3-wheel electric bike. And sometimes I realized that I've maybe gone around a corner too fast, and oh, that's not the right one. And I'm not tipping over, but I get that feeling that I could, and then I'm like, like, oh my God, like it just like kind of a little bit freaks me out. And the first couple of times I rode the bike, I didn't have any problem at all. It was like, woo, I'm back on my bike. It didn't hurt. But then maybe it was during the winter when we still had some snow. I was biking and I hit a bump. I caught myself, so I didn't fall, but there was that same feeling of, exactly that same feeling that I had. And it was kind of like a little bit of a flashback, and I was like, so, and it's sad because I love biking. I love my bike. I don't have a car. I got rid of my car in the beginning of COVID, so I'll have had my bike now 6 years in May. I got it right before midsummer. I spent midsummer that year biking out to the Picasso statue. So it was the first time I had ridden the bike that far. I think it's like 7 kilometers or something there. So, like the first time I had ridden anything that far in years. And I treated myself to an ice cream. It was super hot. I want to fix that. And rode back. And actually, I went to the weaving studio on the way back and did some weaving. It was so hot that day, and it was so cool in the basement of the weaving studio. So I stayed there for a little bit and then went home. So it was like, I think all in all, it was like nearly 20 kilometers, I think I rode that day. It was like, it was so nice. I just loved it. And I often will bike. I was biking pretty much daily until Alex started going to school on his own 2 years ago. So, and Fred says, so far, all the ones you've seen, I need to come and give them a swift kick in quick to get you situated. I love you, but you're also a terrible advocate for yourself. I think Christina can explain to you how the doctor that I went to before my issue, how she treated us. Christina went with me. And I think that was the last time I saw that doctor. And I have changed doctors now, and my new doctor is lovely. She's really great. But there's, like, there's only so much they will, like medication, there's only so much they'll allow. Like, I can't get any pain medication. It's just not happening. I can ask for it until I'm blue in the face. They're still not going to give me any pain medication. So, I deal with the other stuff that the doctor will help me with. And this new doctor is trying to help me with my stomach muscle. But, like, she can send a referral, but then, the higher up doctors, they can deny it. And so, she can send a referral, but then they'll deny it. So I don't know. It's gotten to the point where there's no point. And my injury, they just said it was going to just take time for it to get better. I do need to talk to her about that, though, because it is taking a lot longer than I really was hoping it would take. Someone said that this kind of injury to this muscle is a, a bad one, and it takes a while to heal. So I feel like a klutz. I've had some pretty massive spills off of bikes in my life. I do think this one was probably the worst. Christina said, the one who said, what do you want me to do? And when we said to help find out what was wrong, her reply was, I have, but there's nothing more I can do for you. Oh, but don't forget about her saying that if it was her, she'd go back to Poland and get it fixed there. This was the doctor telling me this. I was like, what? Yeah. And then I ended up less than 3 months later having to have emergency surgery to install a pacemaker. Yeah. So yeah, it was fun times. Where is that? I'm looking at the chart. I'm like, where am I? It's sort of similar yogi saying. I think I'll go over here. Oh yeah, that makes sense. All right. Actually, I'll do this. I'll go here first. Maybe? Here. Christina says, being ill, injured here is sick, a mess until you find a doctor willing to really fight for you. Yeah, it's, and then, now we finally get Alex settled with with a neurologist after his seizures. And we find out that, he turns 18 next Saturday and he'll have to go through a new doctor already. And I'm like, seriously? So, yeah, part of me is like, whatever. I could call my doctor and say, I'm still having a lot of pain. But she's not going to do anything about it. So it's like, why bother? Why waste my time and energy? And honestly, that's what they want. They want us not to advocate for ourselves and push. I don't really consider it my doctor. She's really awesome. And I think that she is, she's got doctors over her saying, no, you can't do that kind of thing. It just really sucks. So I couldn't get any stronger pain medication because her supervisor said no. So yeah. And then, my pacemaker, it sits in a really odd way. And if I sleep on my, it shifts around. So then it hurts. And it's affecting my shoulder, which they said, no, it's frozen shoulder. It's like, but I think it's pinching a nerve. But it's too much risk of infection to reposition it. So I have to wait until that's ready to replace the battery in 10 years. I'm like, oh, lovely. But then I also am like, I just orca. I don't have the energy, the spoons to deal with it. And yeah. So but it's partly being a woman trying to get medical care. It's partly that, and it's partly pencil pushers who want to nickel and dime everything so that you can't, you know. And then there's the, oh my God, you know, opiates, people will get addicted and abuse it and die. It's like, but then the people with chronic pain have to suffer. So how is that fair? But that's always I'm always going to complain about that one. So, yeah. Fred says, that's so frustrating. I'm sorry you guys have to deal with that. I was refilling all that paper, refiling, I think that's what it says, paperwork for a new pain management doc. And all I can think of is, do I want to go through that again? Exactly. I don't know if you saw the thick stack of paperwork I had to fill out for a new patient just to continue receiving opiates. Yeah. You know, they won't even give me any here. So, you know, there's, yeah. Yeah. And I told, and they're like, but you know, it's damaging you. It's like, but I took opiates for like 15 years without, well, you're always going to be addicted to it. That's just the way it is. You know, you take it more than 2 weeks, you're addicted. Okay. So I took it for that long without increasing it more than necessary. You know, I took the same amount they told me from the start without increasing it. And I'm just checking because I don't think you guys can see down here. So I'm just going to park this because it looks like it's, yeah, I'll just park that there. There's like a little bit left. There's a lot of sprinkling of, I messed up the thread though. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Well, that was a lot of stitches. I'm sorry, I'm complaining. I shouldn't do that. It's just kind of got into a little bit of a rant there. Sorry. It's a little bit far down. It just looks like so. Sorry, I'm going to. I'm just reposition. I don't know. Oh, and it's not there. Yeah, I know, Fred. Except now that they don't really let you get a pass on that anymore, I guess. The magic C word. And Fred says, but I couldn't get any kind of pain relief for my back before that, despite having 20-year history and documented reasons. Yeah, exactly. They wanted to send me to a pain, you know, they call it the pain clinic, smart kliniken. And I've done that before. And, you know, their whole thing is, which is such bullshit, is, you know, they want you to think how to get away from, you know, like you have to in your mind not think about the pain. It's like, you know, how does that work? It's obvious these people do not have chronic pain, because if they did, they would not try to give you that bullshit. Okay, my FWB is arriving with a donut for me. FWB. I don't know what FWB means. But I want a donut. Love you heaps too, fake spousey. So anyway, yeah, so back to stitching. It is 6 now. It's like getting dark all of a sudden. That's weird. Friends with benefits. Good. I didn't even think about that. Ah, like that, is it? The benefit of a donut, right? Okay. So anyway, this has been really fun to stitch on. I've been really enjoying it. I really haven't worked on it as much as I would have liked. I've done 346 stitches. That is really great. 138 to go for this rotation. I might actually finish that today. Not during the stream though. I think I'm probably going to stop soon. I didn't get up after all because I was lazy, but I probably do need to. And it's 6 and I probably should eat something for dinner. So what are you all having for dinner tonight? I'm kind of thinking I have some chicken schnitzel that makes great chicken hamburgers. And I had one of those last night. It was so good. I might do that again tonight. And then tomorrow I am going to go outside. I am because, well, I don't really have to go out. I'll say it again. I don't really have to go out. I did my shopping already, so I don't really have to go out. But kind of, Monday is hot dog night for Alex. He likes hot dogs for Mondays. Oh, you're having shrimp pancakes. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, yeah. You mean like crepes? But usually I go to 𝐒𝐕𝐵 on Mondays, and I'm usually there until 5. So I used to go shopping after being there on the way home, and then we usually had, I usually had like a frozen meal, and Alex would eat hot dogs. That's his Monday meals. He likes that. But since I'm not going out, I've not been going, I don't think I'm going to go to weaving. I don't know, I'm not ready for all of that right now. Double check where I'm at here. It feels like the lighting is off too. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Let me mark these so I don't forget. It's like there's like a little swirly here. Whoops, that's not the right one. Did I do that one? Okay, that's the one. Oh, oh no, I just marked the wrong things. Okay. Oh, what happened? Okay. I switched colors and marked the wrong thing. I was like, wait a minute. That can't be right. Oh, okay. Then I went back too far. Okay. Sorry about that. Like, where am I? Okay. Now I'm on. No, that can't be right. Okay. Let's go back. I accidentally did a little circle on the saga, and it just messed up where I was stitching. So now I have to figure out where I'm at. Okay, there it is. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so now, sorry about that. I was like, whoa. Just marked a bunch of stitches that I wasn't supposed to mark, and it changed the color, and I was confused. Just a little bit for a tiny while. A shrimp pancake sounds really good. Like crepes, do you think? Are you making them yourself? Are you going out? I kind of want takeout, actually. Maybe I'll order takeout tonight. Treat myself. I shouldn't, but... Oh, I found this place recently that has takeout that does... Well, I found... what's it called? It's an app, Christina. Something where you can order takeout and they bring it from other places. And I usually get this like a kebab roll, which is really tasty. I'm just making sure I'm in the picture. Okay, I am. But then I decided, I was like, oh, I want something different. So I ordered a spicy hamburger from another place. And it was so good. I was like, oh my goodness, it was so tasty. I kind of feel like that, actually. And it had French fries, and French fries are such a bad idea for me. Oh, that's not right. Ugh. I am definitely stitching. So Christina says, you dice them finely and mix them with other ingredients to make pancakes. Then you make a sauce. Hope it tastes as nice as their recipe usually are. Oh, which recipe? Is that one of those, what's their name? Claire and, oh, I got, oh no. Seriously, I stabbed through a thread and it's not coming up. Ish. Oh, I guess I could pull that up too. Okay, well, what a mess. Sorry, I made a mess here. I pierced the thread that is parked over here, and it's coming up with the other one. So we're just gonna go with that and pull it up. There we go, and then put it back. Link in the chat. I didn't. Okay, well, it's not come up yet. I have Do Not Disturb on my phone, so it's not. You mean Messenger? Does it have eggs? Please say it doesn't have eggs. What is their name? Okay, now we put this back over there. There you go. I messed this up. Let me see where I'm at. Let me mark these off. Got a little distracted. Oh, wrong end. Oh, you know what? YouTube won't let you do links in live chat, so it didn't show up. I don't see any link. I can do a link, but you can't. Though, actually, I wonder if I can do that. I'll deal with it later, but I'm thinking that I probably should have a few moderators. You don't have to be here every time, but just in cases. And it has eggs in it. I'm thinking about getting some of that egg replacement stuff again and, try it out. I was more careful about flour and all that stuff until recently. So now I'm like, whatever. It doesn't seem to affect Alex if I eat it. So, one second. Let me see if I can do something really quick. I'm not sure. Nope, that's not it. There you go. Ta-da! Okay, so there you go. Now, put it in the chat. You're a moderator. Enjoy. Just gonna. I didn't know I could do that. How lovely. So, yeah, and there. Okay. Enjoy. Now you got a nice new new symbol, I think. Test out and see if you can do a link now. There you go. Welcome to being a moderator. Yeah, Aaron and Claire, that's what it was. Okay, cool. I'll look at that later. Because I'd like to try, I think I'm going to buy some of that egg replacement and see if that will work on something like that. I need to do more different foods, try to do something. I made you a moderator. It really doesn't, it doesn't mean anything. Just if you're here, you can keep an eye out. I've actually never been a moderator on YouTube, so I have no clue what you can and can't do. So, test it out if you want. I'm super surprised Yogi does not have any moderators. She's been super lucky. I think there's been one person who spammed, and that's it. So she's been really lucky. I've seen some pretty bad live streams that I know how people are. I'm friends with Fred. I know how he is. So anyway, so this is the last color in this box. Nice. It's a 3831. It's a really pretty violet. 3835, I mean. Like picking through find all the, it's like way down here. I'm living dangerously here, Christina. Oh, the wind is really blowing. Well, it's not really blowing. It just sounds like it. Like the trees don't look like they're blowing that hard. The sun is coming out also. My nice sunny windows. Let's see. Let's move that. Christina is playing with all the settings now. I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't actually know. I have no idea. No clue how that's going to work, how that works. So you get to play with it. Just don't break anything. Oh, please. You have tons of stitches to count from. Dangerous when you don't have any. Yeah, I know. Oh, and then I just went through, I went through didn't go through the hole. Yeah, I know. Then I worry about covering up, going behind my stitches. I'm trying to live dangerously. I am. Let's see. And double check. It's such a weird angle on the phone. I don't like it. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, but you make one mistake on, like, if this stitch was in the wrong spot and I used this stitch to put that stitch, that would be a problem. I'd be like making a big old mistake. I mean, it's right, but let's see. But you know me, I'm careful. And there were 2 more stitches way over there. I decided to do them later. There we go. I think we've lost everyone. I wish I could put in a GIF, but imagine Darkwing Duck, y'all. Wait a minute. I'm a little too old for Darkwing Duck. I mean, I remember a little bit, but I didn't like religiously watch it like you would have. So I'm not actually sure which one you're talking about. So you might have to send it to me on Let's Get Dangerous. Okay. Yeah, isn't that part of the theme song? I'm like trying to remember. So I finished 2 whole blocks. I did this block here. Wait, was it this one? Maybe, I don't know. And then this one here. And so that is 370 stitches. And Christina sent me Let's Get Dangerous. Okay, that's a good one. So maybe, what was I doing? I lost track what I was doing. Yeah, so I didn't eat any of my snacks. I'm out of water. Oh. Let's see. There are 9 people watching. Okay. I hope you're all stitching, and since you're not chatting. No, I'm joking. You don't have to chat. You really don't. I don't mind. I'm just glad you're all here. Jen is taking a nap. No, that's not allowed. If you're watching, you can't take a nap. I know I didn't take a break. Oh, hi, Clara. Welcome back. Yeah, you know what? I am going to really quick go take a break, and I'm going to continue stitching because I'm enjoying this, and I only have a little bit left to do, and I might as well. And so I'll go get some water and take a little stretch break, and I'll be right back. I'm going to turn the camera off because, it's just a big mess. So there. Oh. And Okay, I'm back. Oh, my magnifier light is off, so it's a little dark. Let me get that back to where it should be. I moved myself, so move that up a little bit. Oh, you know what? When I turned the screen off, it repositioned my camera. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know it would do that. So you got to see my leg and my arm on my chair and my dirty carpet. Oh my gosh. So bad. I didn't realize I was going to do that. Lose the zoom. Let me see if I can readjust. Okay. Laura said, still here, was just listening while driving and stopping to run an errand. Oh, no problem. I was just joking. I'm glad you're still here, though. Thank you for being here and listening. I had to go and get water. My throat was getting dry, and yeah, I was out of water. And I took a bite of my cookie that's been sitting here. Okay. I like that. Magnifier is really not where I want it today. Okay. Get comfortable again. It's so funny because I have a wingback chair, and it's like this cockpit of getting everything exactly straight and done, you know. So, and that still looks like it's really angled funny. Let me see if I can, whoops. It's usually flatter than that. Sorry, I just a little pedantic, and I guess it looks okay. I hope. It's yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna work up here, so that should be okay. Mirrors or mirror. It's like everything got moved around or something. I'm not sure what's going on. That's the problem of taking a little stretch, getting the camera back. Well, the camera was where it was. It's just the magnifier, making sure it's not in the view of the phone. So I think what I'm gonna do is, here is where the next block is that I will continue. I think that's a good place. And yeah, I think that's a good place to be. Okay, so 160. And thank you for letting me thank you everyone for letting me go and take a little stretch. It it was a good necessary thing. And I don't mind continuing. I'm really enjoying this. So, like I said before, I have I have anxiety disorder. It's a fairly new thing. I think I've always been a little bit anxious, but after my problem with my heart, it just escalated. So I haven't been, I don't talk a lot to people. Since I don't go out. But then when I do meet people, I talk a lot. And then I feel like, oh my gosh, people are probably thinking I'm just being super chatty. And so that, it's a thing, it's definitely a thing. Where am I? That doesn't look right. Okay, just did this one. Did I already do those stitches? That's funny. Did I eat? I ate about a third of one. I also have 2 pieces of chocolate too. But I can't. I haven't stopped talking long enough to eat anything because I'm so chatty. But it looks like I've made a mistake here. My lamp is not sitting how I want it to. It's being in the way. Okay, so this. Oh, and I'm like, let's see. Okay, well, it's gonna, no, I don't want it to be in the corner of let me move this a little bit more. And I think that's, okay, I probably shouldn't move it anymore. Hello, Michelle. Okay, so I think I made a mistake somewhere here. And this could be a mistake from another day. It looks, wait, no, here's that. I'm like trying to find the block. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. No, it's right. I'm just was looking in the wrong spot. It was right. That's. How are you today, Michelle? Forgot this thread was short. It's like throwing me off for some reason. Might have to mark. The lines are, the more it's stitched around here, the harder it is to see the grid lines. And it seems like I've been spitting on my magnifier. It's all spotted. Oh my. Let's see. And yeah, it's just not, it's not where I want it to be. Let me see if I can rearrange a little bit. I may have to work on a different part of this because it's like too over in the edge. Let me mark these. Okay. Well, that looks a little better now. Laura said, my daughter caught a little jumping spider, and now his name is Billy, and she's building him a home. Oh dear. My brother's name is Bill. Yeah. And Michelle says, I'm great, stitching away on Ethereal Heart. Can't put it down. I stayed up until 1 a.m. stitching. Oh, is that the one with the Van Gogh inspired heart from Stitch is So Beautiful? That one is beautiful. That, see, I couldn't decide between that one and the mosaic one. So yeah, it was really hard to decide. I was like, sorry, I'm like really struggling to get this where I want it to be today. I think it's because this is 14 count and it's just so big that I have to get more of it in the screen. That might work. Okay, well, let me know what you guys think. It's really hard because the camera is up over my head and I can't really see it very well. So yeah. And then the magnifier, gotta get it to be the right place. And Clara said, I stayed up until 12 stitching on Ryder's desk and messaging with Suzanne. Yeah, it was like 5 a.m. for me. But that's fun. I don't mind. I have my phone on do not disturb. So, you know, nobody is like, I'm not going to get a mess, you know, like I'm not going to get woken up by a message. It's fine. I think only phone calls will go through and I rarely get phone calls. Okay, let's see. I keep moving the magnifier. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Okay. What? Why? Okay. Well, it's probably as good as it gets. And Michelle says, not that one. It's the one with the girl inside the heart, swirly thing. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. Yeah, see, that looks just, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not happy with the way this looks. I don't want you guys seeing my leg. No, it's fine. Okay, I think we're okay now. Possibly. But yeah, I think that which one is that? Yeah, I saw a picture of that one the other day. That was really pretty. There are so many pretty ones. There really are. It's super fun. Okay, so I think that I actually, yeah, I think I can continue here. One six one. I had just gotten up and took a little stretch, so my stand and all that stuff got repositioned a little bit. So I'm trying to get it back to where it needs to go. Sorry about that. And let's see. the smaller one. Oops. Oh, I think that I'm going to, well, I don't know. I was going to say I was going to maybe test out streaming on my kid's computer, but he comes home pretty early on Tuesday, so maybe not. He's so funny. He's always like, he's like, don't touch my computer when I'm at school. And I always say, I never touch your computer when you're at school, because I don't. And now I'm considering it. That's kind of bad. He's got this really high-powered computer that he got from his dad. It's really nice. It sounds like it's a helicopter, though. It has some massive fans. But I actually think that my internet connection probably won't handle it, unfortunately. This one thing they have here, I know in California, when I lived in California, it was 26 years ago, there wasn't a lot, you couldn't really choose your internet provider or your phone. It was, you got what you got kind of thing. Here in Sweden, they will like offer you stuff, different phone companies, different cable companies. There's like all these electric companies, and unfortunately it's super easy to get kind of tricked into stuff. At least for me it is, because I'm not used to that system. So I ended up with some pretty poor quality internet, and I'm locked into it for a little while longer, unfortunately. So I have, and then all this old stuff that I have is just not really conducive. I just pulled the thread out. It looks really washed out. Maybe it's just this is a really washed out piece, so I guess it's like that. Sorry if I feel like I'm stressing out a little bit. I'm looking at the screen, and I'm thinking, I thought it looks kind of dodgy. It's probably fine. I'm just picky, I guess. Should I have? Yeah. Okay. There is enough. There's a bunch of these down here, but there are just 2 stitches. I'm going to double check and make sure it can be seen in here. But there's just like 2 stitches here, and so I think I'm just going to do them really with this little piece of thread that's left. This start and end is really, if you have like 2 stitches, it's pretty perfect. Or more. I haven't really figured out how to do it with just one. Christina said just do a knot, And of course I don't do that. Let's see, where's this going? That, wait, hold on. I think I put it in the wrong place. I did. Put it in the wrong place. I put it in the wrong place, but that's okay. It's pretty easy. I mean, you would think it's not easy to take out, but it's really secure, but it comes out. Watch it not come out this easy. It comes out pretty easily. Like here you can see it's in there. But you know, there it holds so well. I'm super stoked about this end start and ending that I've been doing. Okay, so let's do this in the right spot. Oh, okay. See, I think what it is that my crosshairs are, because I can't see the grid, my crosshairs are kind of confusing me. And then I pulled it through. Okay, the thread is quite short, but it's long enough for, you know, a couple stitches. I didn't want to mess with putting the floss, a little tiny bit of floss, and I could do the 2 stitches. Okay, so now this one. Okay, here we go. Here's what, is that right? Yeah. It's, oh, that was silly. I could have just left that stitch there and funny. There. Hopefully I did those right. Yeah, it looks good. Oh, it's very close to the bottom of the screen. Ay, ay, ay. You know what? I'm gonna do a real quick adjustment of the. Sorry, I'm moving this. So I'm working on the lower part of the hoop. So if I move my stand up 1 notch, that should, because then I can work farther down. Because it's so big, I'm, you know, the bigger stitches. Now if I can screw that on there. Okay, okay. Okay, now I can move that down. Let's see. Let me just adjust. Let me check and see how the phone looks. Oh, that looks better, I think. I think that looks okay. Right? There, okay. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's move it over just a tiny bit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Because I'm working down here, and what I have been doing is I have been working, when I've been doing the live streams, I've been doing more up here. I'm gonna get the magnifier right. Seriously. I'm still learning.
just want to make sure it's straight, and oh, I am
Okay. I had it much better the other day. I wish that I could get it to sit where I want it to and stay there, but it's not possible. Okay, so let me mark those ones off because I didn't mark them. Okay. Now, 317. Yeah, see, it's some of my floss drops. I used to do floss drops for each project, and when I went to doing a master set, I would add those pieces of floss back to onto my floss drops, and so sometimes some of them are like multiple different hanks of them and different sizes. It's kind of funny. Okay, that's not straight. I'm trying not to worry about it. Sorry. Oh, it's just not right. I usually stand behind my chair and adjust the camera before I sit down. But for some reason today, it's just not, I'm not getting it where I want it. I'm really sorry. Clara says, I've been looking at the acrylic floss drops and they're not cheap anymore. Darn. I even looked on Amazon and get 500 costing close to $70. Okay, so check AliExpress. That's where I bought mine, and I bought enough for 500. I actually have more than that. I have almost enough for 2 sets because I have my DMC Painted Fairy combo. And excuse me, they're like, I think they're $5 for, what was it, 10? I can't remember now, but they're a lot cheaper on AliExpress. They're the same ones that you would get if you were buying them from Amazon because they just sell the same stuff. So, you know, that's up here. No, right here. I can check really. Oh no, I can't check. Oh yeah, I can check. I can check on my tablet. I was gonna say, I can tell you how much I paid for mine. Oh, that looks wrong. Oh wait, no, that's because I was in the wrong spot. Okay, phew. I was like, oh no, I stitched wrong, but it's not. It's right. It's just me and my bad counting. I know, did you see the ones that are on Dream Stitch? I know Christina bought some of those. They're really nice. They were more expensive than the ones I bought, but they are really nice. And I do think the price was pretty decent, if I remember right. I'm gonna end this. And I think mine, I think they're 50 in a pack. I can show you what it looks like. Yeah, my hand is in the way there. Sorry. I haven't done all of the ones that I was doing for my DMC. Oops. So they come in a box like this. And, you know, they're like, this is, these ones, they have like a film on it. Gotta find the camera here. So these are the ones I buy. Let me find the camera. So these are the ones I buy. And these ones still have the film on them. Which is a pain to take off, but, you know, it's not too bad. I can look and see which AliExpress. I've bought them on both Temu and AliExpress, but I think the last time I bought them, I went to get them on Temu and they didn't have them, so I got them on AliExpress. But I can look really quick since, oh wait, let me mark these stitches off real quick before I forget. Maybe if Saga opens back up again. Ooh, I have 100 stitches exactly to go. Nice. Well, no, I haven't marked these off. So actually that's a lie. I have more than that. I have less than that, I mean. My mouse is getting a little crazy. Okay, let me double check real quick. Because I think I have AliExpress on. Yes, I do. This just, I'm sorry, this just seems so off for me. Some sort of ad that came up. No, I don't want to shop now. Okay. What the heck is that? Let me see if my account is open on here. Yeah, okay. Are those the ones you're looking for? Yeah, okay. I'm waiting for it to load. So while it's loading, I don't use AliExpress on my tablet very often. I usually just do it on my phone, which is, you know, it's saying my cart is empty. That's kind of crazy. The app isn't loading. Not really sure what's going on. Originally, I bought my floss drops on Amazon, but they were really expensive, and they were really big and bulky. So why is this being so weird? So I finally found these, and I really love them. This app just, it works great on my phone, but this tablet is not. This tablet is a Temu tablet too. Maybe that's why it doesn't want AliExpress. Goodness. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because it's upside down. Let's try. Seriously, why is it being like that? Okay, here we go. Let me see if I found the wooden ones. Okay, here. So let me just double check. Here is one I just searched.
Let's see, I'm not sure you can see that.
But these are like $10. But don't. Oh wait, there it goes. It's not. It's not updating the what do you call it? The app isn't working super great. So yeah, so it's about 50 of them for about $10 and free shipping. It's not letting me. It's not loading properly on here, so it can't. I can't show you the ones I. Oh, there. Oh, okay. No, it wanted me to sign in. That's why. Okay, I don't feel like signing in. Anyway, it is. They're about $10 for 50. I'm guessing. I'm thinking about the exchange rate. Hope that helps. But what I did was Laura says, I need to figure out what to do with my CXC. I think it would be around 50 to get a box and bobbins, but the thought of bobbinating, yeah, I don't bobbinate anymore. Also, if you do want a box, I bought my box and bobbins from AliExpress, and they were great, honestly. I bought. Okay, so no, that wasn't it. I was gonna say that was only 30. It finally did pop up. So I'm looking at what I ordered last. Okay, so the ones I bought are from, let me do this real quick. I don't want you to see my address. Okay, so these ones are much cheaper. So I'm not sure if you can see these. So yes, they have different there's different types. So they have, I'm looking, this was the one I bought, but it's not showing, it's only showing that type. Let me, okay, they've changed, but the shop is, let me find the shop. Here's, I don't know if, can you see that? The shop name? Let me, there. Maybe. That's the shop that I bought mine from. Let me make sure it's there. Okay, hopefully you can see it. And it's like 50 of them for about $7, I guess. So, okay, is that good? Okay. And usually, you know, if you go to that shop and they don't have them, then there's lots of them. They're pretty easy, but that's the shop I've bought. I bought pretty much all of mine from that shop, I think. Okay, I lost track where I lost track where I was. I'm like, what am I doing now? I closed Saga, so I have to open it back up again. Okay. And I've not had any problems. I believe I bought my bobbin box and bobbins from that shop as well. When I thought I was going to bobbinate. And yeah, no, not doing it. Wow, I'm at 7.37%. That's pretty good. I can't see where I'm at. Wait, I did those ones already. That's why. Yeah, I don't like bobbinating either. And then also I bought these labels as well from I've bought them from Amazon. I've bought them from Temu. They're pretty much standard, the little labels for diamond painting. And they're great because they are cheap. They're super cheap. There we go. When I closed Saga, it didn't save that, and I was like, "Wait a minute, what is that stitch not there?" I think I think I'm getting tired. I think that's probably what's going on. I'm like, "Where am I? What am I doing?" And then I'm getting a bit silly. Okay, so 597. Laura says, I visit my parents a lot and I worry about floss getting tangled if they're on drops going back and forth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably something to consider. Like I have mine on a cart. I've actually shown my cart before. This lamp is just super not in the right place. You know, I'm just gonna move it over here. Maybe. Whoa. And just go without the lamp for a while because it's just in my way. Yeah, I think that would be an issue. I honestly that would keep me from doing floss drops. But you know, depending on your project, is this right? 597. Depending on your project, you could always take the floss drops you need. The other idea, well, you're in the States, so this makes it a lot easier, but I've seen, it's like a binder that you have your floss is like, it's like folded over in a little plastic. So, you know what I mean? It's like a binder. I saw it on Etsy. A binder with like plastic sheets that you take out your loop of floss and it goes in it and then you just pull out a strand. I really liked that idea. Except it was not available for me here in Sweden. That might be an idea because that would keep your floss all neat and tidy and you wouldn't have to worry about, you wouldn't have to worry about it all being all over the place and you wouldn't have to bobbinate. I was also looking at that system that, the cross stitch meadow guy, Chris. He has a new floss tube, and he did a little tutorial on his floss organization. I can show you. I did a couple of them. I just put one in. So
Let's see.
So he does it with paper, and you just this is only a 50 centimeter piece of floss.
Let me see if I can get it in the camera.
And it's like a little plastic bag, and the floss does come out really easily. I had some that were longer, and that did not work. So yeah, so it really depends on how long you make it. And it's an interesting idea, and it does keep it really tidy and clean. So that's something to consider maybe. Okay, so now
My head's going to be,
oh, okay, I will need the magnifier. I was like, maybe I can see without the magnifier. Nope. Okay, it's not in the way though. I changed to my reading glasses thinking, okay, I can do that, but no, it's not working. Let's see. I'm like, again, where am I? Here's there. There's there. This looks wrong. I'm lost. Okay, there's that. That's on the right side. Okay, then 2. I messed up here. It looks like, all right, well, that's okay. I probably just didn't mark something, or I marked something. There's there. Okay. I lost track of where I was. It was kind of bad. I really need to, I think I'm going to have to, when I work on this more, I think I will have to use the, I'll have to mark my edges. So this tells me that I'm not going to bother with pre-gridded fabric for full coverage anymore. Okay. And then Clara says, yes, Laura, I'm using those to make my CXC master set and my DMC master set. So far, 2 boxes enough for the full set. Yeah, I know Christina, when she had her, she uses floss drops now. I don't know if she's still around. She probably went to go make dinner. But she had bought one of those double-sided toolboxes from the hardware store. And she had her bobbins in that for a long time, her master set. And I believe she had it in 1 box, if I remember right. So that's something but then you have to bobbinate. So, have you looked at, that's not right. Gosh. Wait, what is going, oh, okay, this is just, I'm struggling here today. Sorry. Well, not struggling today, just now. I just completely put that in the wrong spot. Have you looked at what Yogi uses for her master set? She uses, so if you look at, there's a lady on FlossTube stitching masterpieces. She has like an interesting way of doing her master sets as well. So that's something at first, when I first saw it, I thought it looked really untidy, and that kind of bothered me. But I do think that it's not so untidy. Is this? It's, I don't know. But I don't really care for the floss cards like that. Let's see. 1.
Did I mess up? See, here's that one. That one's right. 1, 2, 3. There's a stitch missing there. 4. Okay. And there's one marked stuff that's not there. Okay. I think we're back on track. See, this is where you don't look at stitches that are marked on your pattern, or try to go by what is stitched already. So there's a couple of stitches that got marked. Okay, so she uses plastic bags. So I have my DMC fairy floss supply in sort of the similar thing. I have it in one. My idea was that I buy what do you call it? I buy vintage hand woven dish towels from the secondhand stores, and usually they're, you know, brand new, no one's used them, hand woven, beautiful linen and cotton. So I have one of those that I was going to turn sideways and sew it, and it would be long enough to make a bag, an open-ended bag for the, it would be like a tube. And because I know Yogi has hers in a plastic bag, and then but the end of the plastic bag is open, so when she unfolds it, she can, you know, she can untangle her floss, you know, straighten it out and whatever. So the idea is that I would use this dish towel because it was exactly the right size. It's nice fabric, clean and tidy, and sew it into a tube. So there'd be an opening on both ends. And before I decided to use the nice vintage hand towel, I was going to use grommets in it, but because I'm using a vintage towel, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to destroy it. So I probably will sew like little tabs. I do band weaving, so I have a bunch of woven bands. So that was the plan. I just haven't done it yet because I don't really like the system. I'm just using it for you know, stuff that doesn't, the extras I don't need on my floss drops. But then it would be secure in a bag where I could still, you know, I could roll it up. So it would be rolled up like similarly to what I've done with what I have it and how I have it now. I have it in a tote bag now, and I just roll it up, and it keeps it tidy. I don't like working from it. That's the only reason why I don't work from it. But you could think about something like that. I do think that look up that binder idea on Etsy. I can look later for the link, because I've seen it and I'm like, I love the idea, but I love the idea of it, but I kind of, well, for one thing, it's not available here in Sweden, so yeah, I'm getting hungry too. So, but I'm stitching still. I'm having fun. I'm thinking, oh, I know. You know what? Let me look really quick. Let me mark these off. See where I went. Since Christina can insert a link, Christina, I'll send you a link to the Etsy thing I'm thinking of, and you can paste it in there since I can't really reach the the keyboard. Let's see. Let me see where that is. If I did keep it, I'm not sure. I might have thought about favoriting it and then thought better of it because obviously it wasn't available here. But I liked the idea, so I probably did favorite it just so that I could see if I could do something similar, if you know what I mean. I'm very much that kind of person who likes to figure out how to make things and it's funny because they don't really put the stuff you favorite in order. So it's like all over the place. Let me look real quick. Yeah, no, I didn't save. I guess I didn't save it, but I know what it is, and I'll look real quick, and then I'll do a link in the chat. It's so funny because you put in something you think it would be the right thing, and then of course it's not. Yay. But it was something unique. It's similar to the stitch bow concept, but it was bigger. Like it looked like it was more. Looked like it was a better idea. But not stitch bow. You could pull it out through the top. I think Kamari has something similar to it. She made herself. It just didn't. I didn't feel like messing with that. If you know what I mean. Oh, pancakes were really good though. Highly recommend making them. I'm gonna try to do that with. I'm gonna try the what do you call it? Pancake. Or not pancake. The what's it called? The egg replacement. Because I want to be able to breathe. It came up like all the time before, and I kept thinking, oh, that looks amazing. And then, of course, I can't find it now. Of course. And now it's bothering me that I can't find it. Do you remember that, Christina? That I know we were looking at all that stuff a while back. Floss. No, yeah, I wasn't sure if you remembered or not. It just might not be available. Like I said, it was similar to the stitch bow without the bow. And it looked really cool. Like, honestly, I would have loved it. If it worked as well as I think it would work, I would have loved it. And now I'm irritated I can't find it. Sorry. Okay, well, I'll look later. Unless it comes up when I'm looking here. It doesn't seem to be. That's too bad. I'm sorry. I thought I could find it. Christina really wants to try the shoebox method. Yeah, I think, oh, that was something, just FYI with that. You cannot make the floss very long. I was using the ones that I had set up for Sakura, and they were way too long. So I think 50 centimeters is about as much as you can do. You know what I mean? So I think it would work. What I want to do, I want to do that for my blended colors, so I don't have to sit there and switch back and forth on my wheel. I think it would work really well for that. Well, anyway, I'll keep looking later and see if I can find it. That's so irritating. It might be because it's not available here in Sweden. I was looking for all sorts of different ideas, and I was finding things, but then I wasn't really sure I liked it. You know that. I do like my floss drops now. If I could do that one type of system, though, I think it would be really handy. Anyway. Okay, it's 7:30 now, and now I can't get my tablet back in. What the heck? All right, I think I've reached my limit. I'm just getting silly now. Trying to get my tablet back in the holder. What the heck? It's just weird angle. There we go. Okay. Okay, so I'm reading Kamari's looks so intricate with pulling her threads through with the crochet hook, but you'd only have to do it like when you set it up. And I think because what I remember of the this thing I saw on Etsy, she had like a tool that you use when you were flossing up. And Laura says, Clara, do you do cross country? I think bobbinated floss is harder to do parking. Do you mean because you, when you park with bobbinated floss, especially with DMC, it kind of kinks? Is that what you're talking about? So I was watching, what is her name? She does patterns, but she also has a YouTube channel. And what she said is that instead of using thread conditioner or whatever, she had a little sponge with water in a dish. So what I did, let's see if you can see this. This is just from diabetes checking, you know, when you check your blood sugar, it's one of those things. So it's really good because it holds it all dry. So I have a piece of sponge. This is a typical Swedish type of sponge. It's a cellulose sponge that I cut. So it's like a strip and it's wet. And I roll it up, and so you could use like a little sponge and it's in a Tupperware container or something. But I take my floss. Let's take this right here. The Arrow floss doesn't need it. You just put your finger on it and run the floss over it, and it smooths out the kinks. I don't use it with the Arrow floss because it doesn't need it. But and every once in a while I take the sponge out and I throw it in the washing machine. I have a couple of them, and I just roll it up and wet it, roll it up, and put it back in there. And I think that the camera didn't really show it very well. I'm sorry. It's getting a bit dark in here now. So yeah. And I learned it on YouTube somewhere. And it's just a little cellulose piece of sponge that's in a container. And it works great for kinky floss. Because I know that the DMC, when you pull it off the floss drops, they kink up. It just does that. Okay, so Laura says, more like having to pull different bobbins to start each thread and putting it back. Oh, see, that's why I don't like bobbins, is that you cut it off and then you've got to put it back on and then take it off and put it on. So yeah, floss drops were definitely for me. I just realized that I put my needle in here and I don't know what I'm doing. Don't know where I left off. I got sidetracked, sorry. Oh yeah, I'm working on this really pretty color. So there, 2. Oh, I did that one wrong anyway. No, let's see. Oh, that's, I think it's time to stop pretty soon. I'm having fun, but I also recognize that I'm not really, where did that end up last? It should be here. Oh no, okay, here. Okay, I see. I made a mistake. I was like, oh, I missed the stitch. The stitch right here is wrong. Oh yeah, see, I see. I need to do better gridding. The more stitches that are there, the less I can see it. I think it's easier to cross country with bobbins. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand. How would it be easier to cross country with bobbins? Or are you meaning that you take one strand off and you just keep working on that until you finish it? So, like like what Travis would say, do a 6-pack. Where you take a whole strand of 6 and just keep working on that until you're done? Is that what you mean? I'm not quite understanding. Because I don't do that. that doesn't work. That doesn't work for me. I like to switch. So I will stitch until the thread runs out, and then unless I feel it, I'll switch to another color. See, oh, I thought maybe it was not in the screen. Okay. Okay, I think this will be my last. I do think it's time for me to go and rustle up some food. I only ate a little piece of my cookie, so yeah. But that's, you know what? It's definitely okay. I'm enjoying chatting with everybody. It's been just lots of fun. And I get to speak, which is kind of nice. Let me double check that. Okay. And I'm going to park this over here because I need to move Saga, and I want to mark these before I forget where I'm at. Okay. So, and park there. Wow, I did 412 stitches, and that was 101 stitches per hour, 4 hours and 3 minutes. That's not that bad. It felt like it didn't feel like it was that long, honestly. It felt okay. I'm not saying it felt like it was a long time. So Laura says, yes, just do one color throughout and then switch colors so you don't have to switch bobbins so often. I may try to do Traveling Library typewriter though, since I have that on separate floss cards. And Clara says, yes, I never get tired of Stitch With Me lives. Thank you, Suzanne. I am loving doing this. It's fun. I'm really enjoying it. And, as I said, I don't know if I'll be able to do it every day. I do feel like this is the time of day that I will do it. Probably not when Alex is home, not this late. It doesn't bother me that it's this late. I'm still stitching anyway. But when he's home, I have to feed him and all that stuff, because teenagers, they want food. But anyway, I think I will let you all go. We did pretty well. That's 4.5 hours. Wow. Good job, everyone. And Laura says, it's nice to have company during the day. Thanks, Suzanne. And same. It's nice for me to have company too. So I really appreciate it. So I will see you all tonight at Yogi Stream. And we'll see you all later then. Thanks for watching. And let me turn that off before I jerk everything around. Okay. Thanks for watching. See you later. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see.